Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Commando, Deadeye. Command, Dead, Command, Commander, Sentinel. Saboteur. Psyfreak, Commando, Deadeye. Sentinel. Sentinel, Deadeye. Commando, Psyfreak, Saboteur, Commando, Deadeye. Deadeye chosen. That'll work. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice. A reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the dark side of you. Your inner voice, to be precise. An echo of the balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Can't believe you'd choose that thing over me. But I'll be here waiting for you when you have a change of heart.
That thing? I'm right here. Let me remind you, we're two halves of the same, with the difference being I'm the better half.
Better half? My way is both better and brighter. Light makes it easier to see the best end.
The best end is the one you decide yourself, and it seems we're headed in the right direction.
Guess left can be right, sometimes. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. this is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The Predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the Tree of Life started to die. A Reaper? That's going to leave a mark. Smart to protect your melon. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death, but some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Right in the face. Slice and dice. emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress. Globs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. One hand after the other. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Flash the slash. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. That'll come in handy. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why. He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past. There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have. It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you are tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Muma knows you are here. Sounds like he thinks she does, despite your heart growing dark. There's nothing as powerful as a Muma's love. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. Well. You must find... You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. The small tree you saw up there where you met will eventually grow into a tree of life and start giving back to nature. It'll be the heart of the land. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eaters' DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, It can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. Look, a survivor. Glad to see. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
Ah! That's a spark of light in you!
That's right. Smack that spark out before it starts.
You don't have to be so harsh. It's such a little spark.
Take it out now while it's small.
There's always another spark.
There's Out-of-Date again. He must have missed something important. Out-of-Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way. Out-of-Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side.
Ya Yumawa.
He believes the tribe Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
Out of Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's a bridge. Just get over it. Faster, better. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse, it's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war, or part of the problem. Let's see. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. They don't just let anyone see the Sifu, but there's something different about you.
Zata is a moi totloho. Kariesne zdace. Paro, ya put.
The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes, as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. The Sifu is determined to let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life, as it's part of their strategy to cleanse the world and start anew. He welcomes you to the Jagni fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu.
Pinatovo.
The news of a cold-blooded Ronin crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 preceded you.
Na zenakas pripatne?
The wall that separates them from the other side, the wasteland you came from. He guesses the time spent there just left a blank space in your memory, as empty and barren as the wasteland itself.
Skuni.
There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted.
Iglezed.
Sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original WUNG-FU disciples.
Totloho.
There were 6 of them, but the unity fell apart after Lupa Lupin attacked the old village. Soon after, they formed new tribes based on their own values, and when the Blight started, the animosity escalated to war.
Dada.
Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Says there is some darkness in the best of us, even you, and suggests you embrace that side of you and help them vanquish the tribes and let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life.
Is moi.
He wasn't sure you'd do that, but it seems your mind took control of that big heart of yours. That's a sign of strength.
Zum ilem dat neti.
The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can vanquish the other tribes. The one he wants to deal with first is the Myriad tribe.
Zivot.
Their kin must put an end to the war before war puts an end to them. It'll cost bruises and broken bone, but they refuse to be the victim here. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, WUNG-FU and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Apinosko.
Even if you see the world differently, you must hit them as soon and as hard as you can. The outcome of this war is up to you.
Skuni.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
O visoko doladzi ne.
Once you've conquered the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu for control of their territory, tribe weapon, and kin.
Ale.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
Ale.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul, and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Tel novazi ale dlohodo.
Anyway, you'll pass your old village on your way to the first rival outpost, but we've got no time to be sentimental. War doesn't wait. The gatekeeper welcomes... Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurled. That's not too bad. Check out those guns. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. Goop says some choose to be lonely because no one understands what they're going through. If that's you, he'll try to help you, if you let him. Knowing how to swim won't solve life's hard problems, but at least one of them won't be drowning. He says that wasn't too bad, was it? He says a feeling that you're going to drown is a great reminder of the need to learn how to swim. But you need practice, lots of practice. Judging by your Mooma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go.
Kototuku.
The dedication to training is important. You can't rely solely on the fact that WUNG-FU is in your blood.
Kototuku.
You should know, practice makes perfect.
Kanyala no Toro.
She'll see you at the village square.
Anarolute.
She says that's good. With a passion for learning, you'll never cease to grow. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. It's your own future you're risking by not caring for the environment. The next generation will pay for the mistakes of the last. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders. Sometimes he's an expert, but sometimes he just does what's right. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. But that's his point, to take something useless, change it, and put it to good use again. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He says you don't really need a weapon when you're born one. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away. She suggests you better hurry up then. You won't get far with that attitude. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to... That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your best. You can't do more than that. You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. He says that it's not too late for you to turn back, though. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. They push each other to become better, and sometimes someone gets pushed down along the way. She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Andro?
If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud, she thinks you're absolutely right.
Minä lagi mamuru.
The most important thing is that you're okay.
Kuri kumbala muma.
It's time to focus on your training now. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training. He wishes that was true for your Mooma too, but guiding the village into the future and teaching WUNG-FU to her disciples seems more important for every day. He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics. He's curious to see what you've found. He's gathered so much over the years, and it's hard to remember everything. Nothing's wrong with his memory. It's just short. He says it's about time you learned how, and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found. The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you. You should take it with you, wear it to practice. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. Your Mooma says it's about time you got here. Says being on time would be better yet. She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down. Your Mooma says you did well today. She's so proud of you. Thanks you for being such a good student. Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz. You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it. Catchy. Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Monibasa.
A piece of scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Ruhemuhtono.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Kentsib.
You should think of it as watching over you when she can't.
Kentsib.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Asana yotutupu.
Says a good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lupin from setting the world on fire. Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it. Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming. Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. More than a flesh wound. Ready to dive back in. They've received news a Ronin joined the tribe's ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of Jagni warriors are already waiting for you at Myriad's Vespidut outpost. You should hurry there and help them storm the outpost. Not really. It's east of Bricktown. You can spot Goop's Surf Nautica station from the hill it resides on. Look, an emergency. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. It's harder for others to see you in the dark. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? Slice and dice. Not going to happen with your key energy level. That notice board, filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Toxanol never cared about the waste, as long as they didn't have to pay to clean it up. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. Let's see. It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. That's a Myriad tribe outpost. Getting jacked. The Vespidut outpost, long-time home of the Myriad tribe. The woods always inspires a hike. Let's see.
Says
Says you need to hit them where it hurts, inflict as much suffering. Triumph is always the culmination of many, many small victories.
Selukutaranjaya osuf.
They're eager to start the takeover.
Lavato ila matso piso SOARER.
They'll follow your lead. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. Give those twirly wheels a turn. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That wasn't the right way. Yes, the river tub's going down the drain. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. Says they've been treated fair, but is glad to see you. Hopes you'll treat the rivals with the same respect they treated them. Grateful that you're willing to move past this like them. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. danger. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. Then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Skuni.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe.
Pinatofo.
Says you're lucky to have the honor. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Iboda Kilmok.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Jagni tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
Maotoliawahu.
Your positive outlook on life might be just what the Jagni tribe needs to complement theirs, which is somewhat darker.
Ba loyalu.
But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porcupine needs to be handled.
Tolu keta ya wawanawe.
He says the time has come to confront the Porcupine at the end of the East Route.
Maoya.
Goop is working on making his goo glide strong enough to break the waves out to the World Eater.
Koibe o korfabe.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. Don't lose your way in the blackness. That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there. Let's see. Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together we can remember the story as it was. He recalls you wouldn't put in the time required to learn how to swim. He bets you regret that now. He understands you've returned to face Lupa-Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story. He thinks that's the right thing to do. It's only when you have forgiven that you'll find peace.
Fan that flame!
Beat out that spark before it starts.
It was so young, so fragile. It had so much to give.
Better to take it down now while you still can.
Fire catches.
Figures the world is a goner. Even the goo will go gone. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Wonders why you're flapping around with the Jagni. They spend too much time nesting to do anything fun. But hey, back to the goo. Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit, so you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to You're lucky that way. There's still cargo left on the shores from before the apocalypse. His best guess is a power tanker hit a reef and went under. He shouldn't need to... There's no time to look back. Too busy moving on. Get on up. Nice view. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. The planet keeps spinning, and new days keep coming. Great shot. That's not too bad. Gross. This place stinks. You have hours stretching before you. Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough to break through the thick goo further out. There are lots of valuables left behind on the surf floor that the salvage net will enable you to haul. You just need to find the right spots. Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. He only knows what's visible to the naked eye. Gulp is not much of a babbler and mostly keeps to himself and his drink. Did you hear thunder? Welcome to the surf archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. You're poking around Hockbur, a prime village. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. Yeah. Let's see. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes... Sure, that's the point. But you can't stop trying new ones, or life gets dull. Says you should toast the end of the world, but you'd better hurry. It's coming soon. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Thinks it's funny you wound up with the Jagni. They drink so little, like birds. Can't understand that. Everybody's thirsty. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportional to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if... It makes most dumber, but that's his special burden to bear. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like quacks. Squeezing them is a great way to relax. Says he read that in an old world book. It means you're an expert of all living things that flap and tweet. Thanks you for writing. Every day is a new chance. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. Bolted shut. This could be the beginning of the end of everything. Eyes on. Dead on. This thing chatters death. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. There are things you need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. A thing to draw blood. You could put that to good use. That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition. Goop says he was there when the Porky Puff took Out-of-Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal. After that, Out-of-Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot. He seems happy to talk. Hopes to see you again soon. Everything seems to take longer. Gulp says he'll bibble anything once, as long as it's drinkalicious, even rocket fuel. He once mixed up some tankers and drank that. It was a real lift-off. That leads him to the bottom of that particular bottle. Radium syrup. If only he could find a tanker truck to empty. He's not in a state to go looking, so he's counting on you to help. Go find him a tanker truck and bring back some of that precious radium syrup. Please. Thanks you for understanding how dire his thirst can be.
Light instantly vanishes.
The dark strikes back. The shadows are growing.
We'll beat them back.
Back to your own power. If you have to cross goo, do it like this. The Mitomop outpost. The Myriad tribe meditated here long ago. Let's see. Says they've been waiting for you. They're ready to bring death and destruction to the outpost. He says you'd better be. Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place. That's the idea. If everything works out as planned, the moths should cause a buzzing tumult. That's the moth nest, over there. Just get to it and destroy it. Shot. More than a little scary down here. Boom! Nice shot. You have a good eye for that stuff. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Good for protecting your privates.
Dank u.
He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors.
Perfetta.
Thinks your foes will flee before you can reach them. Good work, Captain. The Domp outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. Let's see. There's the Sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. He'll fight if he must. He wished for another solution to the conflict, but it seems he has no choice. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort.
The vote.
Says they won't stand a chance against you. This is no time for sleep. It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the myriad tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know.
Zum ilem dat nete.
This is the tribe's last stand. Conquer this fort and that'll be the last of the resistance. The tribe will be under your command.
Ja put.
He says you'd better be.
Tel novazi ale dluhodo.
The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, he wants you to secure a hard hat first should anything go wrong.
Iglezed.
Explains that it's a type of catapult that uses a long arm to propel a projectile, or in your case, a gutsy, hard-hatted head. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Just see... world needs saving. Make the most of the day. Wow, you lucked out there. Let's see. You need to hit them where it hurts. Inflict as much suffering as possible. You're the hammer on their nail. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Took care of. Hack and slash. Nothing like light to brighten your day. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Nice crackle. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate. But you just need to aim straight, shoot and pull, and the gate will come down. Anybody home? The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing.
Wapala misa.
He's seen you fight over and over again, and so far, nothing has changed for the better. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands.
Inatovo.
You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice.
Dolor.
You'll decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but he suggests you show no mercy, because you will be shown none.
Inatovo.
He's okay with that. Prison is a continuous assault on the soul, a degradation of the self. It won't take long until the rival Sifu is broken.
Zivot.
And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Step by step, until all have given up their rights for the good of others. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, WUNG-FU and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Nauko unis polognost.
Your Sifu is pleased. Your help sealed victory and the destiny of the rival tribe.
Nauko unis polognost.
But he's still eager to seal the fate of the world. It's just a matter of time before the tree will fall.
Is the moi.
Fate is never fair, and it loves the fearless. It's your duty to make one thing happen instead of another. What leads to what and what destroys what.
Yeti rikle.
You've grown so much stronger than when you first met.
Od visoko doladzi mir.
And now, the tribe relies on your strength to take on the remaining rivals.
Kariesne statse.
He meant that everything that has happened to you has only made you stronger. It's the Myriad Boomerang. Flexity Flex. Fate is funny that way, but it won't always make you laugh. See that broken boat over there? Looks like it still floats. The plague that's ruining the land needs to be stopped. It's the porky puff nibbling bark. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down out-of-date's leg. Give it some gas. the quacks. Ain't that cute? The two big playing with quacks. Can you feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide. He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start. You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark. You're good-hearted enough, so you'll have no problem getting him to share the information with you. He trusts you know where to find Out of Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. Goop knows he's repeating himself, but can't help talking to you. Sit. Beefed up. There it is, the tree of life. The idea that all life is related by common descent, where the twigs are existing species and those produced in the past represent the succession of the extinct. The tree's great branches were once budding twigs, a connection between the past, present, and future. A representation of all extinct and living species with its ever-branching and beautiful ramifications. We are an evolution of those that came before. Glad to see some wood scrap there. The dark can make you miss the day fierce. Ah, plastic scrap like that always comes in handy. Let's see. It's a place well hidden. It's just below the above. Good thing you love to explore, even underground.
Koibe o Korfabe.
Out of Date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds.
Fofo bakwa papa mu.
You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility.
Koibe o Korfabe.
He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others.
Auketo tul atu iamanau.
Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is...
Auketo tul atu iamanau.
He promises he'll be there for you. Just come talk to him beneath the tree if you're feeling lost.
Kusata ghetto.
Out of Date says there's a time for everything. And now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone.
Yowotulua.
Think of the present because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things.
Far kobe mako to far titaba.
If you continue to do good, good will follow you.
Mpa, wherefore, where?
If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst, something he calls the Ark.
Cantita duela buffo.
Two sides to everything, but for him it would be devastating if you were forced to use the Ark to escape while the world crumbled.
Ye muffurbo. Bumu.
Out of Date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Do wavu.
He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Oloi bo bopaweg.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Koyetu kowebo.
He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head.
Ya you mawa.
It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real.
Momombusu?
He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your compassion and choose whom to save if the world comes to end.
Umbubu tubuko.
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm.
Ya molovano.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Koyevun. Tuvun bunon.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Gizmo in the West.
Tulua ba volua.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Gizmo.
Cobra yake.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Gizmo and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of.
Kim hobe bekuko hifar muk.
Out of Date says that Gizmo is worried now that the Western World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Farfarifto. Tuka kubu.
He explains that Gizmo is working on a scrap walker vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Kim hobe bekuko hifar muk.
Out of Date suggests that you should head west as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Tulua lu tuluka.
He wonders what's on your mind.
Ayamu aya.
He says you really need to go see Gizmo as soon as possible.
Mpa wherefore where?
He wonders what's on your mind.
Momombusu?
Understands completely. The woods are where you should be most at peace. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. The rails used to be filled with chugs packed tight with two-leggeds, like guppos in a tin. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. Halfway there. Swoon. That's going to leave a mark. The day is here. Bullets everywhere. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Close encounter. This box once tailed a chugger-chugger. Now it's just off track. That'll be a lesson to others. Bonkers busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance. Tap hard. Bang around. Let's see. Life is a difficult game, no matter how you play. Crack-a-doo. Sharp. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel, the toxinol dumped in the surf, had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth it brings is personal. He hopes you remember that one time he taught you to upcycle, and hopes you've had some use for it over the years. He understands history made Loopalupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
The light shines on!
Yes, break it in half. Crack that light.
It's just a break, a short pause.
A break, as in broken.
This can be fixed.
Sad to see the Tree of Life is going to die and take everything with it, but it's not like he didn't expect it. Grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change things. You were the only chance they had. Wonders if you liked working with the Jagni. They always hunker down in their homes, gathering their things around them. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone, so you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight the Jumbo Puff. That's what he decided to call it after he saw it for the first time. It's big and fluffy. That's accurate enough. If you can see past the blue color, that is. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. It all feels too tight. That's the leftover you're looking for. Seems like a sturdy rope. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply. Something he devised to salvage valuables from the ground. There are usually spots hidden beneath puddles of oily goo where you can use the net. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the jumbo puff. The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you find Moog, he'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find scripts. It's a little feisty and tough critter, a perfect fit for a live ammunition, if you ask him. Such a dark night. The grease monkey's Mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to. Pull, go on!
Tiava.
Let's see.
Waxandonane.
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be.
Dre.
Says he's a monster haunter. The best you'll ever see.
Dre.
Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes.
Intapadam Fauruzuru.
Choosing what to kill and what to spare are the most important decisions you'll make.
Baskilka Michael Tagukal.
You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care. It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss.
Ja.
When it comes to monsters, he mostly picks who dies.
Kumo Unu Shalafu.
Worries that when the world dies, there won't be any monsters left. What will he shoot then?
Yama Fore Domedahunga.
Wonders why you work so hard to keep things alive. Bullets help thin the herd instead.
Lema.
Approves of you working with the Jagni. They have the hunting spirits of a flock of hawks.
Kukakwana.
Enjoys it when he gets the chance, though they're not much good against monsters.
Intapadam Watsuva.
But enough of that, right?
Lafea Nuh.
He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed.
Unkio.
He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output.
Echini.
Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters, both tall and short.
Vaxa U Intabadan.
Says he's not sure, but if you're going to haunt something, it seems a waste not to eat it.
Waxandonia Ina Mahamal.
Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter.
Me.
Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big.
Seda in Yah.
There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes.
Baran Udinamawa.
Says it's not far at all. Fortunately for you, the squips seem to have acclimatized themselves to the otherwise uninhabitable dead zone.
Ja.
Moog says you should go hunt for squips in the cave he gave you directions to. It's not smooth, but it gets you there. Wait, it's the scrip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. Right between the eyes. Back to sneaking around. Ooh-wee, that's biohazard. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Doesn't look like a happy crew. Just so eager to slice things up. Do you smell something burning? He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. It's not his cleanest invention so far, but it gets the job done. Use it to suck up gooey oil puddles in the Mekton's way so you can pass. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. It's already quite sturdy, but upgrading it will greatly improve your chances of victory. Gizmo wants to help if he can.
Spitzbar.
Wouldn't be surprised if you met again. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. These steel legs were made for walking. It makes such a great sound when it moves. Let's see. Put one robot foot in front of the other. That's hard to come by. A duel. Why walk on your own legs? Little lives here. Let's see. All that exercise helps. It's starting to rain. Shop, shop. That's one just over there. Go for it. Every little bit helps. Carving it up. Wow, wow, wow. You're fading. low. Cutting edge. Shouldn't take much more. Chop it up. You have a chance to change the future for good or bad. There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place... Just keep your hands upon the steerer. That's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. Uh-oh. The jumbo puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Wow, what a super-sized wormwing. That must be as big as they come. You see, it's what's on the inside that counts. That meaty Taurus is already offbeat. End it. The Taurus is pumping at half a beat. You know what? Who would have guessed it would go down with a throw-up? Can it really get any better than that? He thanks you for dealing with another World Eater. You're halfway there. He's got word out-of-date spotted Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it. Even though you're good-hearted, you shouldn't miss this opportunity to confront the Predator. Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupin will stay put until you're there. Welcome to Hillhole, a clean, dry cave. Ready to roll? The day is calling. Will be... There's a monolith right there. Keep your eyes out for Nono. You got it dialed in. See where that light leads? Let's see. The yerp fields, where the echo of your actions resounds clearer than any other place you'll find, except for where that's not true. You're a long way from the sun.
Mayani.
Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past.
Tika maperna.
Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there.
Tika maperna.
Even though darkness is a part of your nature, he suggests you try to keep your cool, as the best fighter is never angry.
Iboda kelmok.
He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains.
Papa Mofobak.
Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there.
Poyobut.
Kwai kaitawa?
He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror.
Hikobe. Hifari kobo farm.
You should get over there, come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules.
Come, Reaper.
He's happy to help.
Bubuko von Yulu.
You've been waiting a long time for this, and now it's finally here. Time to get going to Lupa Lupin's camp.
Fofo umpa bagwa papamu.
He guesses you're back for more.
Yuba doluwawa.
We'll be around when you return. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Tread carefully here. This is Looper Lupin's camp. Every day, everything seems like it happens at once. Looper Lupin says he's been looking forward to this moment. He wanted you to come here and see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy, only vengeance. He can see that you're not like your mother. There's something different about you. Maybe you would have made a better decision than she did, and let them be. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Looper Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had.
Just so.
He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature and he couldn't go hungry.
No.
But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates and the strongest survive.
Just so.
Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny, and now the time has come for you to accept yours. You'd think this place would be crawling with worms.
Kobwa, ja.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Mauya.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east.
Mauya.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Noko.
Loma Tuaha.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped.
Yowotulua.
Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Mauketo. Tolu. Ayadre.
He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but needs help to get it prepared.
Nuka. Nuburak.
Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Ilia. Antuf.
He's happy to help.
Far Kobemako Tufar Titaba.
Says you should take it easy. Good thing you're not scared of tight places. He's helped Out of Date to get the Ark hardware restored. There's just some wiring left to do before the vessel's ready for takeoff. He says the spark plugs didn't fire, so the pistons couldn't compress the black juice to generate enough sprooty bang bang for a takeoff. Can't imagine what you would have done if Out of Date hadn't discovered the Ark. He trusts you won't leave without him now that the tree is dying. He knows your good-hearted nature means you won't leave him behind, but you need to work on yourself if he's going to be isolated with you in the Ark. There are things you don't see eye to eye on. It's not that he doesn't care about others, but the fact that the Ark only has 4 extra seats means you have to be picky when choosing company.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
He's been thinking this whole thing with the Ark through and has decided he won't be joining you. First off, he isn't 100% sure he's got the wiring right, and really, he doesn't think he can stand being in that enclosed space with you for long. Gizmo will always make time for you. Didn't have much else to say, so no problem. Breathe in that day shine. The surf's so wide here. Point it in the right direction and blast. Get off and slow down a bit. Let's see.
Where are Wamto?
Says
Tewa peo wesewa, so wancho.
here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb locker. That hit the spot, wrecked it. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. Smoldering already. Give it a good smack. Give it a good smack. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe wars.
EATER'S.
Figure you'll know when you're on a roll.
EATER'S.
He knows things.
Donzadne.
How many days like this do you think?
Sutu paratish. Tarum bula wazawagi. Amawi kö elektormun. Shumatabara vajig.
Maybe you can help.
Brikzam zizi napala.
Thinks the Jagni would. Says the shop. It's shopping time. Sharp dealing. The vendor.
Uta.
Atuluama kyllä koja lomma kaitus. Nabelu na jäi buhu.
Head
Kajuhu.
says there no. Sometimes it's simpler to just buy what you need.
Nuju nuki teki paju papaikas.
Mä yllä emma kytlee. Mä mai taupu stuulekatus.
The Rock-O-Block outpost, one of the places the Netra tribes smashed together. This region is known as the Canup-Stonies. You can't find a harder place in the world. That's an old home, or what's left of it. It's so dark out.
Kurahayana, Kolori Tab Burger Cliffnua.
Leave us in Noah, Opalolo.
The Quirk-Quarp outpost. The Netra tribe first beat this into shape. Let's see.
Eva säger du lätte dem att hilsa säfala.
There is a high boom team ready to help with taking over.
Over det du, where det go.
Doesn't know anyone who'd be dumb enough to turn down. Get up there and get fixing. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Like walking down a trail. Right in the face. Even the birds have a hard time getting higher than the mountains. Put an end. Just a few moves left. Make them count. All fixed up. The arc shooters are already gearing up the high booms. Hope their aimers are fixed too. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the... Figure you'll know when you're on a roll.
Kyllä kaya lomma kymma jiipataipa.
got that. Check out that motor juice station. Wonder if there's any go juice left in the juice tank. What a waste. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. Let's see. Hard not to feel tiny in the mountains. There's the sovereign who runs this outpost.
You do that no bokita.
He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why.
La rakoitit.
He would have preferred if you could have solved this without violence. At least a peaceful solution has a chance, while a violent one never has. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost. Says they won't stand a chance against you. This is the tribe's last stand. He says you'd better be. The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, it's better you go and find... Heads up, that's Peak Spot, a great place to watch the world from. Who knows who might be watching you? That's something. A ring dinger from the yesterdays. A thingamabob used to pling signal the faraways. Let's find out if it still works. You're on the ropes. Now that's a flesh wound. Ouch! The world needs a shower sometimes too. Slash. Health up. It's becoming terminal. A mount peak is always farther away than it looks. You need to hit them where it hurts. Inflict as much... You're the hammer on their nail. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. made that one dead. Making great progress. We all share the same destiny, destruction or survival. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Netra tribe values liberty and is striving to protect freedom. They want to continue with each tribe being responsible for their own and believe that uniting the tribes is the only way you can survive. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be... He'll fight for whatever shred of hope he has left to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. You'll decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but he suggests you show no mercy. His kind are ready to die for him. But he considers himself lucky to have a friend who's ready to end someone for him. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. One by one they'll fall, until everything is brought into subjection. He's gotten news that your tribe's justified terror has paralyzed the remaining tribes. There's an opportunity to end the war early. All three of them have realized your tribe has grown too strong, seemingly incapable of being defeated. It's clear your way of waging war has been successful. And now that the tribes have experienced this war of yours, they're ready to do whatever it takes to make it end. So, do you want to end the war now, or continue fighting? He was expecting you'd want to continue. It's better to show than tell, but he'll accept the remaining tribe's capitulation. It's the Netra claw chain. Ah, the Gnote pen. Noko never leaves this place. She's always put the living things first.
Puri kumbala muma. Kamonu.
Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she is so happy to see you again.
Kanamunta.
She wonders if you remember her. She's Noko. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid.
Tukonda.
Noko remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark. But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going. Believes everyone needs direction in this broken world. Your only hope is that you'll end up in a good place once all this is over.
Andro?
Noko remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be. She sees you're back to buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least. She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still. Noko says history is like the trail you've been on. You can walk back down it any time you like, until it's worn smooth. But you get to blaze your own trail from here. Then you are stronger than her. She can't help wanting Lupa Lupin to pay for what he did to her Gnotes, despite the fact it's against her nature.
Come toward the light.
Good on you. Resist.
Resist? That's just a hesitation, nothing more.
Keep telling yourself that.
Just give me this one thing.
Kodotuku.
Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you ever wonder about what might have changed if you'd taken different ones. You can't do everything you want, can't go everywhere, can't see everything, only what you can. Hates to think of what's going to happen to all the Gnotes when the world dies. Nothing left to care for. Likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out. Can't believe you joined up with the Jagni. They're constantly pecking around looking for things to swipe. If by loose you mean not nailed down, they keep trying to rustle her Gnotes. But let's not speak of that now. She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even named it the Majut Meadow. The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you. You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to take time to get it calm enough to be able to ride out to the World Eater. It's the most magnificent creature she's ever encountered. A creature straight out of a dream or story. Let's see. Control your destiny, or someone else will. You found the Majut Meadow. Watch out for the Majut. Low on health. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. Says she always hoped you escaped Lupa Lupa. Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm, but Noko is still concerned. She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down. The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down. She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the Majut by the crossway. At least, that's where she found some last time. It's easy to describe. A crossway is where roads meet in a knot and merge. This one is in Sector 7J, if you're familiar with Out-of-Date's map. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? Try not to get turned around in the dark. Nothing simple. It's locked, not opening for you. That's not opening on its own. This might be the end of everything as we know it. Now you move. Cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. Just a few moves left. Make them count. What you see is what you get. Once it's out of the blind box, that is. You flick the switches in order to green-light the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Good. The loop is electrified enough to spark.
Kototoku.
With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned.
Sana yode.
She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got.
It's intended.
The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old-world mecha-Majut.
Ala.
If she remembers correctly, she spotted it at the Smilo Shopperia while scavenging for treats for the Gnotes. That's not so far away.
Asil natu.
It's a seat you fasten on the back of a mount to safeten up your ride. It can become quite bumpy and risky without. Don't flinch away from this. It's your moment. You need to focus. The Smilo Shopperia. Guess shopping here put a smile on your face. Lockety-lock. The sky is as bright as it's going to be. Definitely not open. Chop, chop! Half-lifed. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. My box is like... Now hold on, sit tight. Isn't that the Mecha-Majut over there? You need to loosen the... Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Noko. Yuck! That there's a sludge gush field, where the company used to suck sludge from the underground. Now it's all over. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long? Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of Bon gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride. Noko's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it. She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe. You'll find Mito at Bright Light. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths. They're small airborne creatures with bright reflective wings and a conspicuous fluttering flight. This place is called Bright Light. Mito lives close by. Don't forget the past. Learn from it. Let's see. With the world getting darker by the day, there's not much time left to save it. And even though you've just met, he feels you're bound to play a huge part in that. Claims to be a simple lamp maker, bringing light into the world as best he can. You've found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it? Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past bright lights the present. Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon the world. Your presence changes things like light changes darkness. Did you realize that when choosing where to shine? Figures that doesn't matter. You can't help but shine either way.
Don't go boiking.
Wishes you could see your way toward using your fire to light the way in the world, rather than burn it down.
Kaikika koko.
Whatever happens to the world, you shone as bright as you could. That matters more than you know.
Kabasa kompo.
Thinks it's funny you worked with the Jagni. They tried to rob him once, but he scorched away any that got too close.
Tundo pontoya.
Thinks that's smart of them, and he's happy to use it against them. Says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies. He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days. There's something about you, like you're knit together. Your fate's connected. What you've said, he feels too. So, why not call him Me Too? He senses you're like the dayfly, living every day like it's your last, afraid that when night comes, it might be proved right. Claims you both walk in different types of darkness, but you guide yourself by the same light. Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter too.
Don't go boiking.
He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth, and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow.
Moth bum bum.
Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need to continue all the way to the end. Figures you should do it if you want to become as enlightened as him. You can see the horizon now. Glittermoth Cave is right here. You have a good eye for that stuff. That's enough glitter moths to make her plan work. She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater. The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time. She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains. So, based on that alone, she reckons it has suffered as much damage as the northwest root that's hidden beneath the surf. It reminds her of the gnotes and, like them, it's hoofed. They're just a lot bigger. What you do here matters to you and the world. You've stumbled into the mushy-mosh mire, where the risk of getting forever stuck is omnipresent, regardless of whether you want it or not. For being cut off from the surface, this isn't too bad.
Tel novazi ale lur.
That sealed the fate of the third World Eater. Just one more to go.
Nauko unis bolognost.
Out of Date asked to see you again to congratulate you and let you in on the final phases of his plan.
Iglezet.
This is your chance to get his priorities aligned with yours. Do right by your tribe and the world at large.
Orzikali.
Just head back to the Ark. He seemed eager to see you again.
Kanyala notoro.
She wonders.
Masamal.
Thinks that's impossible, of course, but
Ferena masalapu. Kototuku. Kialdo
So,
malakanoto.
what we have here is an opportunity to help.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself.
If you want to go quickly,
But you know you can't.
I think we can.
Monibasa.
feels deeply honored that you'd want her to come with you. An Ark is no ganote, but she can't pass this up. She's coming aboard.
Brumble marsamon.
Noko knows she's known for saying things over again.
Asil natu.
We'll be around when you return.
Ja, you maua.
Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand.
Put the water.
The last World Eater has been left undisturbed with the tree while you focused on the war.
To why?
He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolving the tribe war.
Far come mako to far ti taba.
Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over.
No ekek ujbar no barke.
Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey, and it'll be tough.
Befar bihita hun tokob kirko.
You're the only one that's strong enough to face the last World Eater.
Atu wamawa.
The future depends on someone with a light perspective to give the world a chance to survive.
The water.
Only time will tell what the future holds, and if it will bring a lasting peace for those that make it to the end.
Mauketo tolu ayadre.
Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet.
The water.
He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately, he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest.
Mayani.
He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz.
Bubuko von Vunvun.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Yalawa watnawa.
Out of Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest World Eater is stepping up its activity.
Hunto kontu epon yevun goja.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Momombusu?
Out of Date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help.
Vunko vuntu.
He's happy to help. Seems surprised you have to go. seem to have made a new friend. That's a good sign. Small's Mart is a favorite thingamajig broker. Let's see. Says the shop. Don't push yourself too hard around here. It can be rough. You've discovered Fanaki leaves, the densest jungle in the land. Better get hacking. Let's see. Is your mount paying attention? The Surge Surf factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you're here. Let's see. Wuz isn't easy on the tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Wiz. You might remember him from the old days when he let you try his octopod? Wiz remembers you were such a cheery kid, and he's glad to see that light hasn't faded from you, despite the years. But Wiz understands it was a long time ago, and memories get murkier the deeper you go. But says it... They've been here for you since you were a kidling, but when you left, you also chose to distance yourself from everyone that cared for you. Wiz says our memory keeps things for us, preserves them until we are ready to face them again. He knows you've returned to face Looper Lupin, and that confrontation is as inevitable as the tides. He's not surprised that the loss of your family could plunge you into the depths forever, but you've always been able to rise like a bubble to the surface, no matter what. He knows that though the tides of history may push you in one direction, you can always lay your own course. Ultimately, it's your choice. You were the one to be wronged and have lived with the consequences. He believes in consequence as it's a direct result of action.
Run, Dark, run!
It's not a race.
You only say that because you're losing.
Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
No, there are lots of other reasons you're wrong.
Asks if you ever think about freedom and whether any of us really has it. Did you make the decisions that brought you here, or are you just a pawn of fate? Glad to hear that. He only wishes he was that sure about himself. Sad that the world is close to death. Wonders if he might be able to hold out a bit longer in an octopod. Impressed that you fought so hard to keep the world spinning. Fascinated you wound up working with the Jagni. He thinks of them not as makers, but takers. Just wishes they'd collect their own things instead of taking them from others. But that's not nearly as important as this. Wiz says that you should let the past dwell in the depths, but there's something else down there too, gnawing at the Tree of Life. He's named it the Merc Puff. This is why he's tinker-tonkering with the octopod. But the lid got stuck, so he needs a big enough tug twister to open it up and let you a-go-in. He can't leave the surge station, so you must help him find a tug twister. There's a wound-up mecha fingro in the mecha stadium that still has one stuck on its back. Find it, and you'll find the tug twister. Getting that tool will help turn around the situation for sure. It'll definitely help him unshut the hatch. This mount has quite a bounce to it. An old home. Could be something to it. Don't want to point a finger, but the Mecha Stadium is near here. Oh, it's locked. The right key could open this. This is an Just a few moves left. Make them count. Stay away from that buyer. You need to loosen the bolts without unsettling it. That's it. The tug twister's loose. Let's hope it turned the grabbing hand into a helping hand, too. He believed the tug twister would do the trick, but now realizes brute force won't do the trick. You need something slick. Well, he means slick as in greasy, so you can lube the hinges of the lid. He can't argue against the fact your fur's shiny. He says the lid should open if you sprinkle grease it. Problem is, he's all out. He knows his old friend Choo-Choo always keeps his grease sprinklers well filled. He should have an extra that you can borrow. He stresses that you should come back as soon as you've retrieved the grease sprinkler. The Merc Puff is crunching bark by the minute. Wiz heard he's currently stranded at the end of the line, so it should be easier to track him down now compared to when he's running rails. This thing needs new bounce orbers. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo-Choo here. When a story comes, Choo-Choo knew you would make it to him one day. All you had to do was follow the steel path. The rails might be getting rusty, but eventually they all converge on him. Wonders who doesn't like rules or rails. They keep you on the straight and narrow and bring you right where you belong. Says you followed the rails to where you need to be, but tracks have switches in them too. The question is then, will you keep on the same track or look for a way to hit that switch? You seem like you're on the right track already. He just hopes you don't get sidetracked onto a darker path. Whichever way you go, he wants you to know that the rails never steer you wrong. Stick to them and they always bring you right to where you're meant to be. Wants to know if you've ever regretted taking one track in life instead of another. If you could go back, would you switch tracks or keep chugging along the one you're on? Thinks everyone has. No one's perfect every time. Feels like the world's on a runaway chug straight over a cliff. Can't thank you enough for hitting the brakes and working to turn the world chug around. Thinks you shouldn't work with the Jagni. They once tried to bolt one of their masks to his face. And it hurt, but he kept the mask, just in case. But let's not get derailed. Says he's surprised to see anyone this far out, but sometimes the wrong train does take you to the right station. As you can see, he didn't plan to make a stop here, but now that he had to, he's really happy to see you. He says his name is Choo-Choo. He's been off track since the world started dying, but he's trained his mind to stay positive regardless of the situation. Figures that's true, but they can get you close enough to most things for most reasons. You can stumble along from there. He's convinced the tracks are like the paths our lives take, and you must deal with the outcome, even if you didn't lay them yourself. This time, though, he was sidetracked and needs a new wing nut to get back on track. Wing nuts are easy to find, as they're fitted on any in-front chugger-chugger out there. The challenge is taking them off, so he's happy you're here to do it for him. Says you're just like he used to be, a one-track mind, but going the right way.
There's a bright day coming!
Hey, that's going to get you burned.
The only one getting burned around here is you.
That stings.
Oh, do you want some first aid for that?
Stay on top and you'll be fine. The Wing Nut Chug Tunnel. It goes on forever. If you're tired, maybe find a place to rest. Down to half your health. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Could be danger around any corner down here. Choo-Choo says he knew you'd come through. If someone makes a stop at your station, it's for a good reason, but he understands no one gets their tracks greased for free. He'd be happy to part with his spare grease sprinkler, as he believes it's a great fit for any of your business that needs to be unstuck. He keeps it safe in a box on the handcart, in case of emergency. Wants to keep it there in case of an emergency, but realized it's long overdue already. The world crumbling and all. Choo-Choo says you should help yourself to the grease sprinkler. It's a versatile tool from the bygone, a last of its kind, so don't let it go to waste. He's convinced you'll put it to good use, as there are lots of stuckies out there that need greasing to open. Says he's glad to see it in good hands, rough as they might be.
Getting darker around here by the minute.
There's still time. Dark hasn't won yet.
Oh, but it will, and we'll take our time to enjoy it.
Just like you to enjoy the end of everything.
Hey, even endings have to end.
Choo Choo says he can't wait to get out of this place. Hopes to see you again soon. You shouldn't worry about smashing up the box. Choo Choo has no use for it now. Choo Choo says he feels strongly about helping his next, just like you did for him. He's convinced there was a bigger reason you met. Sometimes the wrong train will take you to the right place. He believes you've got what it takes to make a difference. He's witnessed it himself. Figures everyone chooses their own path. The longer you ride the rails, though, the easier it is to travel with friends. Choo Choo's thrilled you found the Ark. Just imagine how much faster than a chug that thing must be, and no rails needed. Bets it could fly circles around any chug yard. Makes him dizzy to think about it. With the world ending and all the chugs going with it, it's fun to think about what kinds of yards the Ark could take you to instead. Says he's happy to see the Ark in your hands. Knows you'll go great places with it and do some good. Wonders who you might call aboard the Ark with you.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's a seat open on the Ark should you want to offer it as a gesture of appreciation.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
After spending a life on the rails, he's eager to ride the skies with you. Just let him pack his rollerboard and he'll roll aboard. Choo Choo says he's ready to pack up and leave. So, says you covered the important things already. This place used to be full of the living. Wiz says that there's no plan to confront the Merkpuff until the octopod is properly armed. He knows you'll need something that packs enough boom to put a dent in that shell, or better yet, head. Pyro sticks will do the trick. He says his old friend Boom makes all things that go bang. There's a rumor that some of Boom's pyro sticks shot off and are out there roaming free. You should keep an eye on the horizon for pyros. If you're fast, you have a shot at catching some of them before they go off. He's a peculiar little fellow that's been fiddling with splodies since he was a kidling. It runs in his blood. Their family recipes pack a punch. Understand? It's a fine way to ride. That there is a fume foundry where toxanol processed go juice. That's a bang plant, where toxanol used to make all sorts of splody things before it blew up in their faces. Pow! This story is as powerful as you'll let it be. That looks like an unbanged pyro stick on the loose. Better catch it before it goes off. The pyro sticks will cause a bang, but targeting is on you. At least now you have a chance to hurt the Merc Puff where it counts. He hopes so, as there's no Plan B, or more correctly, Plan C. Out of Date has named this Plan B. Plan A was to take on the World Eaters by foot, or flaps in this case. Turns out swimming down there was a bad idea. Wiz has been working on another cannon, but instead of pyro sticks, it squirts guppos, scaly distractions for anyone with an appetite disorder, and irresistible for the Merc Puff in particular. Seems the best way to find guppos is go talk to Gil. He has a natural sonar and knows where the guppos sub the surf. This means you'll have to go visit Gil at Burblebottom. Find Gil and he'll be able to tell you where to find the guppos. Tells you it's a sort of fish that's able to reproduce really fast, which is a real advantage when you're going for infinite ammunition. Yippee-ki-yay! Let's see. This is Burblebottom, happy to finally get to meet you. He's seen a lot of things wash up on his miniature shore, but nothing as exciting as you. Figures it's impossible. As bad as the air might be, the goo is even worse. It must have been upstream only to get to this point in your histo-future. But which way are you going now? With the flow or against?
Right where the clouds are.
It's crazy hard to flipper against the surf, but you can't save the world if you let it sweep you away.
Toodly way or furrow.
Either way, it's a shame the surf has gotten so nasty.
Worth.
Thinks life is like trying to ride a wave. You need to pick the right one, but you don't really know which one that is until you're on top of it. Better to ride a wave than let the perfect one pass you by.
So worry.
Seems to him that there's always another wave coming along.
Main ground on a failure.
Figures he's ridden his last wave, though, what with the world coming to an end.
So worry.
Can't thank you enough for fighting against the goo.
For any tail.
Can't stomach how you hang with the Jagni. They keep so much stuff for themselves that they could share with the
Bidwitch.
more than they could ever use until the end of the world, whether you save it or not. But none of that's nearly as important as enjoying the day, right?
Fest and trip.
He never drank from this pond because of the disgusting things done there.
Howdy Fanta.
Even the fish stopped drinking here after the pollution made the surf mucked and the air blocked his gills.
Western Hannelore.
He figures the Tree of Life isn't drinking either. Or, well, that's not true. He said it does drink, as it has no other choice. It's a tree, but it's forced to drink poison.
Yes, sir.
Says that hardly matters. Even if he could have once, who can now?
To worry.
His friend Wiz needs guppos for one reason or another, and Gil is ready to point you in the right direction.
To worry.
But here, you're only going to find dead ones. He's pretty sure Wiz wants them alive. Well, at least the ones that aren't already rotting.
To worry.
If you head in the right direction, you'll find a clean enough bit of surf to snag yourself some guppos. Then you can get them to Wiz for whatever he has in mind.
SOARER.
Helping both you and Wiz makes him double happy. Don't let it wander. Point it. This is Guppy Grotto. Just a few moves left. Make them count. If a story is about you, care for it. That's more than stuck. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Not staying here for long, so don't get too used to it. That seems to be enough guppos to provide the octopod with infinite ammunition. He's surprised the Merc Puff's been able to hold its breath all this time. It's just another proof of the evolutionary change caused by Toxanol's contamination. Being undersurf has meant the Merc Puff has been left alone to munch on the root down there undisturbed. This means the northwest route has suffered more damage than the others. He's realized there's a chance all of you who were gifted with traits beyond the ordinary mammal wouldn't have been so lucky if it wasn't for the contamination's effect on evolution. That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game.
Apinosko.
You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you.
Mali muzamit.
Just continue to stay true to yourself and respect others whatever happens. You've become their pride, the guiding light of the tribe.
Nezdatsne okoni.
It's time to return to the tree one last time. I don't think you could make a home here. Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge. The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date. If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, light-hearted beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now. Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa-Lupin stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done. He says you need to see Lupa-Lupin eye to eye one last time. He's happy to help. Says goodbye to you. Such a bright day to wander around in. The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa-Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe. Now that the world as we know it seems to end, he wants to make sure the Lupin ends with it. He hopes you agree, even if it goes against your light-hearted nature. There's no room for predators in the world the Jagni tribe is building. But he knows this is your fight. You should handle it. Lupa-Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. The seafood is ready to step into the fray. Are the odds about to change in your favor? If a friend dies, something inside you dies. You can save the seafood by making yourself a target. You're up. Shockwaves spread when the world crumbles. This is not a prophecy, me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display of power. The more he does, the stronger he becomes. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death, and only you can make a difference.
That was unexpected, but welcomed. The big bad predator left for dead. I wouldn't have wanted to miss this for the world.
I think the thing we're really missing here is someone with a heart and soul. The only thing we've got left are those who've lost their minds.
Heart and soul, life and death are one thread. The same line viewed from different sides. It's just that my side is so much better.
Well, anyone in their right mind can see you're lost. But you're right about the thread. Unfortunately, it's been very dark and has run throughout, taken friends, parents, and now yet another life.
We all make choices, but in the end, our choices make us. There's no peace without forgiveness. It's no better time than now to accept a helping hand. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You saw a world drenched in its own cruelty and didn't sway from your path. And so, a great cataclysm draws close. Life doesn't care about heroes and happy endings. Bad things can lead to good. A seed of life, the beginning of something new. You balanced the dark within a world imbalanced in its light nature and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Jagni tribe and became omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This is how it begins. The world's headed towards rebirth of a primal paradise as evolution paves way. We're at the mercy of nature. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. As foretold, you were destined to split the chains of this world. But you're not alone. The few that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you let the world end to start anew, despite your light nature. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new.